That should do it. Hello, hello. Maybe I should have just left the mic unplugged. Hey, you can hear me. Hello. Hello. Okay, so I meant to say this at the very start of the VOD, but of course there was some kind of technical problem, so hopefully VOD viewers are sticking around for this minute. Streaming some shmups. Haven't played very many shmups. Gonna try and stream a few. Haven't played any of these, or I haven't finished them. I've played Fantasy Zone. I've never finished it. Don't know that I'll be able to finish it on stream today. But long story short, unlike most streams where I'm playing stuff that I've already played, I'm playing these games because they're arcadey and I figure it's okay to play them with the stream. But I'm not going to be paying much attention to the stream. I'm going to be paying even less attention to the chat than usual. And this is just something I would be doing anyway. And I thought I'd turn the stream on for it, okay? So basically I want to play some more shmups because I haven't played enough, in my opinion. And I'm going to try and do that. I'm going to try and play at least a few. You know, maybe not today. Maybe I might just play Fantasy Zone today. But basically I'm going to be taking it easy this stream. I might even sometimes mute the microphone and just play for a while, okay? So, yeah. So that said, hope you're all having a good time, everybody. Doing any kind of talking while playing definitely degrades my ability to play stuff. I don't know if it's the same for everybody, but I assume it has to be true to some degree for everybody. There was something I wanted to say though. A while back I streamed P-Cross, and I made a mistake during that stream. Like, I see this kind of thing online sometimes, you know, people's Twitter accounts or whatever. They have in the bio, like, people have this kind of self-effacing thing that they do online where they say, oh, I make art and it's shit and here it is, here's the link, you know? Or I make shitty videos, here they are. And I've never liked that. And I think that you should just leave it up to other people to make up their own mind about, you know, how they feel about something, whether they feel it's good or bad. I fell into the same trap with the P-Cross stream. I was thinking, surely nobody could really be enjoying this at this point, just watching me fill in boxes. And it's probably true that a lot of people who tune in for a question and answer session or whatever, you know, they didn't like that stream very much, but there has to be at least some people that liked it. And they would have enjoyed it more if I wasn't on stream going, oh, this is crap, you know. Or I'll never do this again, right? You know. So, I'm not going to make the same mistake again. So, suffice to say, these streams will probably not have the typical appeal of my other streams. But maybe they'll have an appeal to other people, you know? And yeah, by the way, I'm not very good at shmups. Well, I'm okay. I've played a lot of twin stick shooters. But I would still say I struggle with bullet patterns that are pretty amateur and stuff. I've never been a big fan of bullet hells, and I don't expect my opinion will change as I play more shmups, but maybe it might. And I have of course played some. Like I said, I played a lot of twin stick shooters. I like twin stick shooters. But I've played some other shmups as well, stuff like Resogun. Zero Ranger. I played this earlier today and I got to I got further into it than I ever have before, which is good, but one of the bosses is really hard. Someone saying Meta Micro videos ruined RPGs for them because they played Cookie Clicker. Well, really, Cookie Clicker ruined RPGs for them. Yeah. You know, a good RPG will survive the leveling up kind of thing. The feeling that you're describing. I don't want to look away. But yeah. There doesn't seem to be any time limit on these bosses, so... I already have an impulse to talk all the time. Actually, I think there's like a little kind of programming quirk to that boss, and I was thinking if I stream this later I should try and explain it. I'm not going to do it right now. Yeah, I played Hyper Demon. I haven't played it much, but I enjoyed what I played. My PC is really on its last leg, so it's just not enjoyable to play PC games for me anymore. So I'm just going to wait until I get a new one, and then I'll go on a massive binge, and I'll play more Hyper Demon then. Oh, by the way, this is the PC Engine port. I'm going to be playing PC Engine games today. And I'm using the Turbo Fire buttons. I don't know how Shmup fans feel about that, because I looked into it, and apparently the original Japanese release of the PC Engine didn't have the turbo buttons. So, but I'm not gonna mash. Worst thing about this game so far is the camera. I'd say I like it more than Defender apart from the camera. Not that the camera in Defender is great either, but... This is a cool boss as well. A little simple, but pretty cool. Someone says bullet hell is a subgenre of shmup. Yeah. That's the thing though, is that one of the problems with shmups in general, like one of the reasons I'm starting... Not starting, because like I said, I've played other shmups, you know, but like kind of approaching this as, okay, now's finally the time to cross a bunch of shmups off the list and, you know, feel like it's a genre I can talk about. One of the reasons with shmups that you'd want to start early is because they got very difficult very fast, and like a lot of developers haven't really reined it in, you know? You'd say that bullet hell is a subgenre, and yeah, that's technically true. But a lot of shmups are bullet hells, basically. Like, for any average person who has played only a couple of shmups or none, it's very hard to get into any of them these days because they're just kind of crazy. I think that was something Zero Ranger did well. I mean, it's not. I know it's not on the harder end of the spectrum, but the way the continue system works was like I don't know. It's just a good job of incentivizing you to play well and stuff. So yeah. By the way, when I say I played, oh, okay, that sucks. I say I played Zero Ranger, I finished it, so it's not the kind of game that you can credit feed through, so I don't think I'm terrible at these games or anything. But yeah, expect a lot of credit feeding if I play any more games on stream. This game got a lot easier when I realized that the shot... Well, I wouldn't say... I don't know. I think that the shot power-ups are based on time. I don't think how much you use them makes any difference, so... Once you get one, you might as well just go all out with it. I could be wrong about that, though. The current game is Fantasy Zone. This is the PC Engine version, which seems to be a good... seems to be a good port I've played the Mega Drive version as well. I'd have to compare them, but my gut says that the PC Engine version is a little bit better somehow. A little bit more faithful. This was one of the games I played as research for the Devil May Cry commentary, by the way. Played a bunch of games as research for that. Oh, this is the snowman boss. This is a cool boss. Just trying to save some money by not upgrading the thing there. Ah, looked at the chat. I have to get out of the habit. Have to get out of the habit if I'm going to be doing this. I haven't played Callisto Protocol. I haven't played the new God of War either, sorry. Did I misspell Shmup on the thing? Lexiar says the new character designs from Bushido look really good. I love the long-armed archer. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad you brought it up. I forgot that we posted that stuff just recently. Yeah, well, that's my favorite one so far. So maybe temper your expectations, but that's my favorite one as well. So I don't think we've topped that yet, but we're trying. Quite a trolly fucking shot balloon there. This is my strategy, by the way. I think it's become clear at this point. But yeah, buy the 7-way shot and try to kill as much shit as possible with it. And don't buy the turbo engines because they're way too fucking fast. It's the PC Engine version. Oh, if I can keep my power up for this boss, it might help. Oh. Okay. Cool. Right, right. Right. That confirms my suspicion about it. I was starting to get the sense that it did speed up in a linear way. Like, I wasn't sure. Last time I was fighting him, this is the furthest I've ever gotten in this game, so I don't know what's next. What's the story? Is this... Did I do it? Did I get to the next loop or something? Oh, okay. Oh, boss rush. Okay. Thought I was in the clear. Oh, I can turn around here. What's that all about? I don't want to turn around. Oh, fuck. Okay, right. That's why. Does he still turn into coins? He doesn't. Wait, what? What was happening there? Were they coming out the other side of the screen? The hitbox on the ship is not very generous. I'm not entirely convinced that you can always make it through this guy's patterns. I might as well buy one of the beams. Laser beam. Oh, you keep your progress. Okay. Will this even hit it? It does. Kind of. Okay. Well, I really fucked myself over there. Alright. Yeah, thanks for all the well wishes, everyone. Hello. I have played Gungrave, yeah. I didn't think much of it, honestly. I played it not so long ago. I want to say about a year or two ago. Kind of refreshing in that, you know, PS2 game sense, which is hard to articulate, hard to define. Maybe it's just the sense that the game is just, you know, just dumps you into the game. But it's a... I mean, there is some story, but I don't really remember it. It's mostly game, you know, without much else. Kind of refreshing in that way, but I don't know. Thank you, everybody. Lots of well wishes. Thank you. Yeah, I'm doing okay. Today in particular was not great. Just part of why I'm streaming. You catch me on my bad days on the stream. Days when I don't know what else to do with myself. But it's just yesterday, we've been brainstorming lately trying to come up with another batch of enemies, you know? And just yesterday, I think we came up with a solid idea for one that we're trying to pursue. So there's that. Plus, I've been doing some of those experiments that I mentioned as well. Just trying random things out. I kind of have an idea that I want to pursue as well. So I've actually... Even though I went to the effort of making that post so everybody would know that I was going to work on just random prototypes for a while, I've actually spent most of my time on Bushido over the last couple of weeks. But I have stepped away from it a bit. So that's good. Basically my mood is just contingent upon how well work is going, and that's it, basically. So... if that's okay, I'm okay. It can be kind of frustrating doing the design stuff. It's, you know, you make less consistent progress than with programming. In my experience, anyway. See, I'm not entirely sure what's happening with this boss. My shots get eaten. That was a very tough pattern there. Your shots get eaten by the outer ones. I don't know. I think there's some kind of programming quirk that's kicking in with the way the shots are working. Here. Now what I mean is, there are probably like, say it moves 16 pixels per frame. There's probably like little 16 increments of where your shots are better placed or not. It's the impression I'm getting anyway. So I'm kind of trying to move around a little bit. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I got sloppy on that one. So far, asset designing takes longer than programming, I would say. They're kind of not really comparable though, you know, like how does a feature stack up to a creature? The thing about assets though is you always have to make them one at a time, you know? Whereas the state machine stuff and the editor that I put together have kind of stacked up on each other in a way that creature design never really can, you know? Well, that's not entirely true, because you kind of figure out what goes together and what makes sense for the setting and what doesn't as you go. So there is something to it. Like as you make more and more stuff, the visuals of the game sort of clarify themselves, you know? That's what seems to be happening, and that's what we're hoping happens, and it seems to be happening. You know, you have an idea of it in your mind, but until you get something you can see, you don't know exactly where the limits are, you know? So you have to figure out what the limits are and then go from there. And it gets easier to do as you make more stuff. But we're trying not to rest on our laurels and keep making cool enemies. I think there's a lot of potential in what we want to do. Really shouldn't die to that boss ever, because there doesn't seem to be a time limit if you just take it simple. Take it slow. It really shouldn't be a problem. It's just getting sloppy that kills you with that guy. I would say I'm at a place, somebody asked, are you at a place where you can fail quickly, the golden rule of game dev? I would say so, yes. But I would also say that, I mean, I expected as much, but it's hard to assess whether something is good or not before you play it, you know? It's still early days for me in the whole development thing, but I wouldn't say my opinion on this has changed. Like I already talked about this quite a lot in the past. There's a bit in the Devil May Cry commentary which focuses on it, you know, all the visual touches and stuff that make up the game, and how much effort goes into just making a gun fire a bullet, you know, like in terms of not even mechanically, right? Because it's just a raycast or something like that. You know, there's so much more stacked up on top of it. And of course, as a person who plays games all the time, you get used to that. And so, you know, it's hard to assess a game when it doesn't have any of that shit on it. So, I think I am personally, I think I'm too harsh on stuff. The stuff that I've been doing. Because I just haven't gotten used to assessing them without that stuff. I was wondering about this lately, and I went back and I looked at the Bayonetta prototype footage. I used a little bit of it in one of the videos, I think Mega Micro videos too, but there's a video of it on the Platinum channel, I think. And it's really, really early footage of Bayonetta. It's from, you know, the first couple of weeks or something of them making it. And I was, you know, it was really important that I went and did this because I realized how harsh I was being on myself and on the prototypes and things that I've made so far. Because I was looking at that and I was going, man, if this was put in front of me, I couldn't tell you whether there was anything here. You know what I mean? Like Bayonetta, I think Bayonetta is phenomenal game. Phenomenal. You know, just really, really good game. The way it came together, it's just, it's so great, you know? I could go on about it for hours, and maybe I will one day, you know? But it's like, I looking at the prototype, I couldn't tell you if there was anything there. I couldn't. That's just not a skill set that I have, you know? So, yeah. I don't know where we started on that, but yeah. So yeah, we can fail. I can fail quickly, but I think I've been failing myself too fast. So I don't think that's a problem for me in the first place. I think I need to just take something further. So I'm tempted to, the latest prototype I've been doing, I'm tempted to take it further. That's okay. I was running out of lives anyway. I don't mind starting this one over. Somebody asking whether I would announce it on the main channel, the game. I was toying with the idea of making a game for years, as everybody knows, and I asked myself the same question very frequently. You know, anytime I thought about it, I'm like, you know, what would I do? Would I leverage it? Would I put something on the main channel for it, you know? And I really wasn't sure. I thought, I don't know, but now, yeah, I think I would. I think I'd put up, like, obviously I think it should have its own place and it shouldn't, you know, clog up the channel or anything like that. But the thing that changed my mind was when the Wonderful 101 Kickstarter happened. And instantly I just knew, okay, this is something I want to bring to the attention of as many people as I can, you know? And I put up a video on the main channel, which then got archived on the second channel. So I might do the same thing, assuming we ever get a game that far. What I suspect I would do is I would put something up temporarily to introduce it to people, but not leave it up, you know? I think that seems fair. And seems like it wouldn't really bother people. Because I think another thing as well, I was like, you know, people subscribe for the channel, they don't subscribe for your game, but I think people who are interested in the channel probably want to know if I've made a game, right? You know I haven't announced it properly yet or anything like that. But long term, if it's something that they can buy, you know, they're going to want to see it, even just to know, like, even if they think, oh, it looks like crap, right? They're going to want to know that it looks like crap to them so that they know. I don't know how to put it, but you know what I'm saying, right? It's relevant information. So yeah, I don't think I'd have any qualms about doing that. There is no Space Harrier section now. Nah, they never, they still haven't done all the rewards for the Kickstarter, but I think they will. That obviously could have gone a lot better, you know, setting that aside though. The thing about this boss is, I'm supposed to just play and enjoy the game. That's what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to talk to the chat as well. And the way the screen works here, I don't like it. The way you're blocked in, you're not blocked in properly by the screen. That's as far left as I can move. And that bugs me. That should be perfect. I think when I did that, the latest mod thing for the Wonderful 101, the camera for 006B, I think I spent a good hour just trying to get the camera and the collision to line up correctly. It's probably still not perfect, but it's good enough that like I don't think anybody will feel annoyed by it. But for me, it was important that whatever way the camera be in that section, you come to a stop when you touch the bottom of the screen, not some arbitrary point, you know what I mean? It's important. You gotta know where you're gonna stop. I wonder if this game really works the way it's kind of... It can't. I think the game wants you to believe that all those spawners are what's causing the enemies, but I don't buy it. Where did that wave come from at the end there? There's only one spawner left. It's really cool the way the bosses come together. I mean, it's not a very impressive effect for these days, but it's cool. The way they break apart and turn into coins, I mean, and like all the individual pieces of it and stuff. Oh, that's cool. They stay in the same place on screen. Oh, I was doing so well there. Maybe I shouldn't even bother with the wings. This feels more comfortable to me. What did you think of Sakurai's old bad new good video? Yeah, that's... I haven't watched every video he's put out, but I have been watching them. I'd say it's the strongest I've disagreed with him on anything so far. I don't know what he was getting at. I enjoy this snowman boss. I can't believe he's doing this to me. This boss is not as hard as I'm making it look. It's the thing about shmups though, when you watch them they never look hard. Or I mean like not until the screen is entirely filled with bullets. I always forget about this boss. I was worried it was the one that kind of breaks apart. Yellow Devil boss, whatever the fuck he is. Might get killed the second I leave the shop here. Okay, good. The turbo fire saved me there, I will admit. Okay, this is the hardest boss, I think. I play Alien Soldier every once in a while, yeah. I still want to try and get no damage in it at some point. So I go back to it every once in a while. If I'm having a bad day. Or just to keep myself fresh on it, you know? Seems like he's spitting more bullets than usual. I don't know whether I should try and do this stage without spending money. Give it a shot. It's a totally needless death. Died way faster than usual that time. There's definitely some kind of sweet spot thing that you can do there. Down to 1 life. I think I had 4 lives last time I was in this level. GM Live is the live editing thing, right? I looked into it, but I'm not using it myself. Seems like it would take the copy pasting process out of the action editor. Yeah, it would. It would. It looks like a useful thing, but I think my personal need for it is at an all-time low with all the stuff that I've done so far. Yeah, a couple of commenters were saying that, you know, it might be ideal to save, you know, to be able to load and save the actual things that are being used in the game rather than starting with a new one each time. I haven't done that yet, though. I was thinking about that again just yesterday, and I decided not to bother with it, but just yet, I mean, I agree that it would be a good idea. I can't remember why I decided against it, though. Probably should do it. Something occurred to me about it that made it seem like it was going to be more work, and I decided I just didn't want to take that on. Can't remember. Being a programmer is all about turning a month-long process into a 4-month process. Yeah, tell me about it. Obviously, I'm including myself in this proclamation, but I've been thinking lately about the fact that it seems like developers of all kinds have just gotten slower. Like, game development in general is just way slower than it used to be. And if it was only AAA games, I'd get it. But, you know, it's everything. Like, every scale of game that you can think of, every style, it's just gotten slower. God damn, just fucking die. What the fuck? Lost the balloon now. I wonder if I wait for a minute will the balloon come back. I'm gonna try and hang out for a second. Right, maybe it would have. That wasn't long enough to say one way or another, but... I was talking about game development getting longer across the board. I think part of it is narrative, you know. Just that games have more emphasis on narrative these days, and that's actually quite a time-consuming... Like, when I think about all of the... I don't know, I think about what's left of Mushido, and we need to do a lot more enemy designs. And enemy design is hard, but thankfully not impossible. I was worried that I just wouldn't be able to do it at all. And it's been a big relief to find out that we've got at least a few ideas that seem worthwhile. Not groundbreaking, but worthwhile. You know, if I think about, like, there are nice little narrative things that would be nice to present. Because I think it's a cool setting, you know, like that was the thing that kicked it all off, you know. But you know, now that the systems are in for the enemies and stuff like that, yeah, some of them need custom logic and stuff. But I don't know, like it's like little things, little kind of narrative's not even exactly the right word, but they just seem like they're going to take up so much of the development time when we get a little bit further in, you know. If like I'm talking, I think a lot of this stuff can be egg-sized and the game will still be a good game, if like assuming that it's a good game at all. It doesn't hinge on having a bunch of narrative stuff in it, so that's not a problem. But it's more just like, if we could, you know, if we could put some cool stuff in, what would we do? There would be like little scenes and things that you would want to present, you know. Like a very simple example is right now, I think I would like it to rain during the second stage, or maybe one of the later stages. But at least one of the stages I'd like it to rain. And if it's a second stage that's outside the pagoda, if it's the second stage, you know, there's a whole bunch of things you have to think about. Well, I don't want it to just start pissing rain for no reason, because basically I want the game to take place in real time. I don't want any time skips during it, so it has to gradually start raining, and if there's surfaces around, it needs to bounce off the surfaces in the right place. And maybe that means it's more difficult for us to have slopes in the level, so the level can't have a lot of slopes. Or, you know, if we put the slopes in, it's gonna have to... It's not going to be as efficient to get the rain onto the slopes, because, you know, we want to show the bounce, and the bounce has to... Or maybe I have to... I could probably come up with a thing for the slopes, actually. But it would have to be done for each angle of slope. I definitely could come up with a thing. I've got it in my head how I would do it. Probably not the most efficient way, but I know a way that would work. But it would have to be done for each angle of slope. And, like, what if the ground is uneven? You know, I don't think the ground would be uneven in this place, but... And then, you know, it needs sound. Maybe the actors need to emit particles as well, so it looks like it's bouncing off them. You know, if we want to go MGS2 on this rain, that's a lot of work just to get rain in the game, you know what I mean? And it has no significance to the gameplay whatsoever. So... And I just think probably a lot of it is just that, you know? Like, look at this game. It's just a bunch of weird shit, and you just shoot all the weird shit, you know? And, I don't want to say it's not impressive in certain ways. Like I was saying, the way the bosses explode, I think that's really cool. It seems to even be done dynamically, although I could be wrong about that, but, like, the things actually seem to bounce off the ground properly and stuff, like... Depending on the height that the boss dies at and all, you know? Is it narrative? Is it the narrative boogeyman? Is to blame again? The narrative boogeyman is under my bed? For some reason I thought that was 20,000 and I was relieved that it got cheaper for some reason. I think I might be better off just sticking with the basic weapon for this guy. Assuming that the shots are actually equally powerful, it's easier to hit him with two. If I have to go through every boss, this might be where my Fantasy Zone journey ends. Although this guy is probably my least favorite, so getting past him is a big win if I can. It's harder to see his shots here though. I don't know if they did that on purpose or if it's just some limitation or something. Come on. Come on. Okay, I wasn't expecting it to appear where the ship was. I know I'm shooting the wrong way there. This guy should be easy, but I don't know if I want to formulate strategy for him. Like, maybe it might be better to just sort of damage everything. What the fuck can I... Okay, I can drag him back. Interesting that they just get freed up. If that happens with the snowman, he's going to be very hard if that happens. Come on. Ooh. Whew. I don't know if there'll be boss fights in Mushido, actually. I was thinking of putting that into one of the blog posts recently or something. But, yeah, I don't know if it will. I'm not going to put them in just for the sake of it. What's after? So there's like 3 more bosses after that. I've never killed the guy that splits apart without an upgrade. I only got to him once ever earlier today, and I've never killed him without an upgrade. So I don't know if I can get past this at all. Give it a shot. Yeah, okay, I'll hang on to a good bomb for him and pin my hopes on that. I wonder if it's possible, whoa, to farm money Wouldn't really help. Because the way it goes up in every stage. Missed a lot of coins there. Stand by my assessment that the camera is the worst thing about this game. It's like it's almost like it does the exact fucking opposite of what you would want it to do. It's pretty crazy. Like, look how far to the left of the screen I am right there. Giving me very nice patterns here. Maybe I have this wrong. Maybe I am better off hitting the middle like this. It seems like there's more surface area on the top and the bottom. But if the outer balls really block the shots, then maybe you're just better off hitting them in the middle. Maybe I've had that wrong all along. It seems like it is worth... I can't remember what the fucking boss for this level is. It seems like it is worth trying to do a couple of levels without upgrades. If you're just factoring in the coins here, it wouldn't make any sense. Because the coins that you get in the later levels are exponentially better, but of course the price goes up exponentially as well. So if you can stop that from happening even twice, well, it's probably not literally exponential. It's more like it doubles every time or something like that. But the price goes up a lot as well, so if you can stop that from happening even a couple of times, your weapons are nice and cheap compared to the coins that you're earning at that point in the game. That's my thinking on it right now. The boss rush version of him seemed to have a different pattern on his shots. Slightly. When he got down to 1, he was firing it twice in quick succession. Unless I just imagine that. I have not played Callisto Protocol, sorry. Don't really know anything about it. Except that it's like Dead Space. Has some of the Dead Space stuff on it. I haven't played Forgotten Worlds now. Don't think I've ever heard of it either. I haven't played God of War Ragnarok, so it'd be pretty hard to do a video on it. Obviously gonna reserve judgment about God of War until I play it myself, but the old God of War video has got an influx of views and comments and stuff, and the consensus seems to be that it's basically the same. So I can't say that it has made me more enthusiastic. Oh yeah, I want to play Pentiment, yeah. I gotta stop reading the chat. My eyes totally glazed over there for a minute, I wasn't even looking. Alright, I think this run is pretty much a loss, but anyway. This boss is usually not very hard. I'm not moving around enough, that's the problem. You gotta bait them into shooting into different areas so you have room to dodge through. The spread shot fucking shreds him, man. You know, you would think I would be better at this game, because I am pretty fucking good at, I cannot remember the name, Resogun. There's a lot more enemies on screen in Resogun. Then again, you can see a lot more too. Should probably take a break for a second. Yeah, I've seen The King of Comedy. I like it. One of my preferred Scorsese films. You should watch Silence if you haven't watched it, though. That's my favourite Scorsese film. Yeah, I've seen Tenet. I didn't really enjoy it. I think Christopher Nolan's films have basically gotten worse and worse for me. Pretty strange trajectory. Like Memento and The Prestige are really good. I would definitely recommend them. Then you get to Interstellar and it's like... No, sorry, you get to Inception and that's like... Oh, yeah. You know. Yeah, okay. Good. It's got some cool shit in it, no doubt. Then you get to Interstellar and... Yeah. I don't know. Rewatched The Prestige and it didn't hold up. I watched it again not so long ago. Thought it was still good. I would say for The Prestige, there's a couple of decisions that the characters make which are hard to believe. Very spoilery decisions, you know, but there's a couple of them in particular that are hard to believe. But if you can get past those, I think it's a great film. I will say, though, I stand by what I said about Nolan, where I think, for me at least anyway, his films have just gotten worse and worse. I shouldn't say they've gotten worse and worse. I should say just say that I've enjoyed them less and less. Um, but I don't really begrudge him his success at all because, you know, like, at least he's trying to do interesting stuff, you know? I don't know if I'd say Dunkirk was great, but I'd say I enjoyed it more than Tenet and probably more than Interstellar as well. Definitely felt unique compared to the war films. Oh, get the fuck out of here. Compared to the war films that I've watched myself. So I like that aspect of it as well. Greedy. That was a camera death and you know it. You all fucking know it. So you don't even need me to rant. Merciless. Have I ever told you that patience is not one of my strong suits? Are there any Irish war films worth checking out? There's The Wind That Shakes the Barley. I actually used footage of it in one of my videos, I think. Death Stranding, I think? It's about the Irish Civil War. Well, it's about the war for independence, then it's about the Civil War. No, I haven't seen the Banshees of Inisherin, and I want to though. We'll definitely see it someday. Heard it's good. Would well believe it. What's the one game you've been putting off playing the longest? Deus Ex? I've actually played about 2 hours of it or something like that, I want to say. Yeah, Deus Ex is my biggest shame. As a guy who talks about games. I don't know what the next biggest one would be. No, ever since I played Planescape Torment. I don't know what's second place after Deus Ex that I haven't played. Oh, Thief. Yeah, that's a... Yeah, Thief. Yeah. Yeah. What can I say, fellas? I didn't have a PC for a very long time. And then well, I didn't have a PC for a long time, and then I didn't have a good PC for a very long time. I have at least played a lot of more modern games that are similar-ish. Like, well, no, modern ones. System Shock 1, System Shock 2, Prey, obviously Bioshock, Dishonored. I mean the 2017 Prey. Yeah, sorry, CD. I haven't played that other one. I don't need a lesser known shmup right now, Dustja. I need well known shmups. That's kind of the whole point. But yeah, I'll try and keep it in mind. I don't know how I feel about Planescape versus Disco. I think I'd have to play both of them. Disco Elysium. I think I'd have to play both of them again to give you an answer. Because, I mean, they are role-playing games. I've only played each of them once. Do you feel developers sometimes have a difficult time recapturing the magic in a spiritual successor? Callisto Protocol just released and I've heard mixed receptions. Yeah, they seem to have trouble. I'll let you know how mine goes. I wouldn't call Mushido a spiritual successor exactly. Like I said, I don't know if it's going to have boss fights. I do think that with any luck, we're going to like push the enemies into a nice little niche that's not filled by either Castlevania or Ghosts and Goblins. Like it might end up feeling a little bit different to both of them. That I would really like if that happened. But yeah, it does seem strange on the surface. I mean, like, look, I can find this strange and then maybe ultimately fall into the same fucking trap, right? Yeah, if I'll be honest, it does seem strange. It seems strange that developers, you know, have games that are around for 20 years or so, and they're not able to improve on them. You know, that does seem strange. Why is it the case? I don't know. Ask me again in a few years. Maybe I'll have a better answer. I'm fucked now. This reminds me of something I was thinking about. When I stream, I often end up thinking of something I wished I had said. I was talking in the Bayonetta stream about how, you know, I think Platinum Platinum would benefit from having a philosophy which is kind of disseminated to the game designers or whatever, and I figured that the reason that they don't do, like, there was a bunch of little things I talked about, you know, like the way, I don't know, like lots of little tiny micro things, like, you know, the way the attack animations look when they're at range, like you have to be able to know when it's going to hit you. What else? I won't go through them all again, but I was talking about lots of little things and how, like, they shouldn't be reliant on Kamiya or Hiroshi Shibata or Atsushi Inaba or whoever it is, or the combo of them, or neither of them, or none of them, whoever else it is. They shouldn't be reliant on someone to get that right for their games. I'm firing these bombs too late. They should have some kind of, you know, protocol. Protocol is too strict a word, but some kind of guidelines or something in place that kind of curtail that. And what I should have said as well, though, is that the reason they probably don't do that, if there is a reason why they don't do it, I would imagine that the reason they don't do that is because they're afraid that it would curb creativity. And I think that's a warranted fear, you know. I think, like, I was kind of talking about this, I forget if it was on the Patreon or in one of the videos, I don't remember, but I was kind of talking about how, you know, like, I'm having a not unexpected struggle with, you know, cutting off ideas too early because I go, no, it doesn't fit. Like, there's a part of my brain that's trained as a critic, and it's just hard to switch it off and just let an idea be an idea and explore it and see where it goes, you know? Because, like, well, you have to remember, what's hard to remember, especially because I haven't actually made a game before, is that everything is bad when you start it, you know? Like, you know, pick your favorite Mathematosis video. The first version of that script, the first version of the script, the editing tends to come together more straightforwardly. So the first version of the script was just bad. Like, whatever, you know, if you take the first version of every paragraph, now usually I'm like refining it as I go so that, you know, stuff doesn't survive very long in its initial state. But if I could somehow like stitch together the first version of every paragraph that was ever written, it's bad. It's just straight up bad. Like, it's not good. It doesn't meet the level of quality that I set for myself. And you would watch it and you'd be like, what the fuck? You're like, this, you know, this is just bad. Like, and as I talked about before, sometimes I even flipped 180 on something. I wouldn't say that happened very often. Usually it was more like a refinement. Oh, I was wrong about this, and it kind of, I have to rethink the way I'm thinking about that, or whatever, you know. Or, you know, I should be more charitable about this, or I should be less charitable about that. But on some occasions, it was actually just, no, wait, hang on, I was completely wrong. Like, this thing that I thought was bad was actually good, or vice versa. This thing that I thought was good was actually bad. And it still happens. Like, I'll give you an example. There are things, I played The Wonderful 101 4 times before I did my review, right? I mentioned that in the review. That's how I remember how many times I played it before reviewing it. Obviously, I have a lot of respect for the game, but there are things I said negatively that I would retract, and there is at least one thing I said positively that I would also retract. I think I talked about the little story segments that happen while you're still playing, right? And these are better than walkie-talkie segments, which is kind of what I was mentally comparing them to. But I should have known at the time that I was going to wear out on them, because the problem is that they're made intentionally easy. There's like bits where you hear about Vorken's backstory, and it's made obviously very intentionally way easier than the other combat encounters in that mission. And I would still say, you know, if you force me to pick, you can either have a walkie-talkie bit or you can have this. I would pick that, so it's an improvement in that sense. But it's not an improvement over a straight up cutscene because I can't skip it. And like, when you get used to the game, those bits are so easy compared to the rest of the game that they just kind of drag down the pacing, you know? So that would be a criticism that I have, that I didn't have back then. And, you know, there are things, whatever, right? Where was I going with this? Well, because I've never made a game, it's harder for me to understand that like nothing is good. Like nothing is good right now. And it needs to be made good, you know? This, I've totally lost whatever thread I was on. This was somehow relating to the protocol thing that I talked about in the Bayonetta stream. My point is, I suppose, that they don't want to have people thinking too critically about the stuff that they make, right? And the next phase of the conversation is to say, okay, well, just don't think about this stuff early on, you know. Have some kind of document in place that, you know, says if it's an attack animation, it has to be readable. Like, the timing on it has to be understandable. Even if the character jumps up into the air or whatever, right? Everything has to make sense, and it has to be readable and reactable. And then just refer to that document later in development. But the problem is that you know, you might get away with that for 1 or 2 projects, where, say, the artists who work on they work on this stuff, they don't know about these rules, right? And they make their thing, and they make it look good, and then they have to adjust it later to make it conform to the rules, the philosophy that's been laid down, right? And then maybe you get the best of both worlds, where the artist wasn't mentally constrained, so they were able to come up with something cool, but then later they had to adjust it to, you know, make it fit into the mold, and you're getting the best of both worlds, right? But the problem is that once you've done a couple of projects, then the artist will know, well, if I don't conform to this rule, my thing is immediately rejected. So now they start thinking about the rule first, right? And that's a limiting mode of thought, and maybe that's why they don't. Maybe that's why their games have these problems, because they're not. They're trying not to think about them in that way. They don't want people to be mentally constrained, you know? That would be my best guess. But if they've never thought about it at all, I think they should. You know, they should have some kind of thing Like, there has to be a way to distill even just one sentence line. Like, there's lots of little things that you can get right just by writing down one sentence. For example, if the player character is on full health and they pick up a health pickup, maybe we should reward them with currency, right? Doesn't mean we have to do it for every game, ever, or whatever. But just have that written down. And like, I'm pretty sure they got that right in Bayonetta 3, but like, there are other things that they just is not up to the standard of Bayonetta 1, right? But I wanted to present an argument for, because it only occurred to me afterwards, for why there is that problem. Like, maybe they don't even see it as a problem because they don't give a shit about any of the shit that I'm talking about in the first place, you know? But I do find that hard to believe, that there's nobody there that... Because, like, otherwise you wouldn't have little things, like I mentioned in Bayonetta 1, the way you twirl. Although, and man, now I'm really rambling. Although I did want to point out, after playing Bayonetta 3 a little bit more, I did want to point out that the twirl might be gone because there's... the yo-yos have a skate thing on them and you can't actually turn in a tight loop with them. So maybe they wanted to get rid of it because they didn't want to have the animation on some the little swirl effect on some weapons but not other weapons. You get what I'm saying? But then I looked at Bayonetta 1, and I'm pretty sure if you're using Odette in Bayonetta 1 and you spin, Bayonetta has like a special state that she goes into, a kind of, I don't know what you call it, a pirouette or something like that. So it's customized for the weapon, and it still has the little swirl effect that says that the 360 input is active, basically. Oh man, I've lost anybody in this train of thought who's not a big Bayonetta fan, but yeah. So there you go. I just wanted to point out, I just wanted to say that it's complicated. It's always complicated. Right, but my point, somebody said every weapon has a custom 360 move. Yes, sorry. What I'm talking about is there's a special... It's not actually a 360 input move, right? If you go into Bayonetta 1 and you just... You equip Odette and you just spin the stick. You do nothing else but spin the stick. Bayonetta goes into a spinning state that's not... Like, it's its own thing. It's not an attack. Or it's not a direct attack, or I think it probably does have a little hitbox on it, maybe. I'm not sure about that. It may or may not be an attack, but it's its own special state, right? But if you do that with the Arachne yo-yo in Bayonetta 3, she doesn't do that, and that's a valid choice, right? Because maybe the player wants to be able to make a tight turn without going into the 360 thing or something like that. You know what I mean? Like, there are reasons to have one or the other. Maybe they decided that they preferred this other thing. Or maybe they just didn't want to put in another state for, you know, spinning. But for whatever reason, it works that way. And because it works that way, the little spin visual could be confusing if it was in Bayonetta 3. If it was in Bayonetta 3 exactly as the game is right now, it would be confusing. Because most weapons don't skate, she would often just be spinning around in a circle. But with the Arachne yo-yo, it wouldn't quite look the same. That's what I'm getting at, I think. I have no idea what I'm saying anymore, so I'm stopping. I have earned about 5 minutes of complete fucking silence while I play Fantasy Zone, so look forward to that right now. I want to try and get further. I find that penultimate phase to be the hardest, I think. Ah, okay, I understand the logic of when they start firing now. Maybe that'll help me next time. Okay, so he only fires once the two in front of him are gone. Don't know if I can actually use that strategically. So what am I saying here? I want to do this. Oh, I think that helped. Okay, I think that helped. Don't know, it could have just been a fluke, but I'll try it again next time as well. I don't think I have enough for this anymore. What's happening here? Did I buy... How did I buy so much stuff? Maybe I should have bought a medium weapon or something. I probably should have bought the wave thing. Maybe the camera works the way it does because it would be too exploitable otherwise because the enemies disappear. I don't know if the arcade version works the same way, but maybe that's a... I don't think it's worth it for that, obviously, but maybe that's the reason, if there is a reason. Well, I dare say I played some good fucking Fantasy Zone that round. That was decent. Right there. That's how the game should be played. Oh, I'm kind of tempted to buy a weaker upgrade. Fuck it, I'll buy the laser and I'll buy a life. Let's see what happens. Oh, right. Yeah, I've made a huge mistake. Okay, oh, fuck. Okay. I need money. Ah, fuck. Yeah, the boss of this one is the tough one. Okay. Okay, I'll do one more round on this and then I'll try a different game. I don't know what game I'm going to try, but I'll try a different game after that. Been avoiding the shop altogether on the first level, but I should probably buy the wings at least. They're dirt cheap, so... Bad on the coins there. Still don't know where to shoot this guy. Come on. Yeah, that's why it's worth buying the wings early. Man, I knew there was a fucking reason to get them. They pay for themselves with the extra coins you pick up from the boss. I have a hard time remembering which boss goes with which level. It's the missile guy. think earlier today, I think I tried the laser beam on this level because it seemed like it might make sense, but it didn't really work. But I think it's worth trying again. So all the spawners are on the ground. Yeah, I don't know. I would kind of expect it to do more damage than that. It's probably not worth buying the 7-way shop for this though. Ooh. Should just let them go off screen. Okay. Someone in the chat asked, is it possible to predict what a game's frame rate is beforehand? I don't know what you're asking, if that's exactly what you mean. But I'm pretty sure Braid had a system like that, where when it booted up, it kind of tested the platform by rendering a scene, and then determined what the frame rate would be based on that. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Fuck. Okay, well, at least it's been going better than the last few attempts. I have a strategy for him now. That's such a shame, though. That was going really well. Okay. 3 lives left, and I don't think I've bought any yet. This is the level where I have to try and buy a power-up right before the boss, or else it's game over. Well, oh yeah, I should buy... I don't think I get to keep the bomb. What should I buy? Buy a fire bomb? I don't know how the bombs behave, that's the problem. Okay, this should work, hopefully. Yeah, I didn't know that would hit me, but the reason I was sitting still was because I forgot I got the boss mixed up. It's the wrong boss. I was stunned for a second there. Thought I pulled that off rather nicely, and then I realized I'm on the wrong fucking stage. It's the downside to the psychedelic visuals. Okay, plenty of money. I should be able to buy 2 7-shots here. Okay, I'm pretty sure if you freeze frame that. I know hitboxes aren't perfect all the time. I shouldn't talk shit. But... come on now. Okay. This should work. Yeah. Cool. No. Okay. Alright, I said I'd play another one. I want to keep playing Fantasy Zone personally though, but I did say I would play another one, so chat, you can decide. I don't know what to type, what you should type one way or another. Just tell me, one way or another. This one or a different game. I don't know what the other game is. What should I play? Different PC engine. Okay. Most people vote in different one. Different one. I think R-Type is the leader as far as PC Engine games go. Steel Empire, Rondo Blood, Blazing Lasers, Soldier Blade. Okay. I wouldn't even know what to put on the poll, man. Okay. I'm going with R-Type. I have not finished R-Type, but I've gotten pretty deep into it. I can't remember the specifics of it, though. I think I've gotten deep into it anyway. I don't know if you can credit feed in this. Oh, I think it said I had 3 credits on the opening screen, didn't it? Sorry, I'm just learning the buttons. That's my shot. That's my charge shot. And then the thing has to be the other button. I should be charging up for this guy. It seems like a pretty good port so far. Granted, no R-Type expert here, but I played the arcade version not long ago to get footage for the context sensitivity video. And if you ask me to name a difference right now, I don't think I could do it. I feel like maybe you get more upgrades in the arcade one though, right? You usually have a laser by now. Oh, is that? Oh, there it is. Is that it? Oh, there we go. And that's game over. I can't tell. Okay, I was gonna say, if that's the very start of the game and it uses up a credit, that's a instant disqualification. That goes in the book, you know, it goes in the handbook, the one sentence. Fuck. Oh, I missed that one entirely. I'm gonna let it run out and start over. Oh, I'm supposed to dodge the bullets. I have to practice this before I actually need it. I forget, this is one of the things that always sucks about a shmup when you start out. You know, not knowing if, missed an upgrade there, didn't I? Not knowing if touching the fucking... Yeah, okay. Just wanted to test it. It's better to rip the band-aid off now. Not knowing whether touching the terrain kills you or not. You really have to deal with these turrets on the floor and the ceiling. Okay, I promise this will get better at some point. I can get to about stage 3 or 4 in this game without even dying, so... on a good run, obviously, not every time. I just gotta warm up. I'm gonna start over again. This is how coming back to a shmup always is. Okay, as long as it's not just me then. I don't know how I feel about the enemy designs in this game. Some of them look kind of crappy, but the ship design is really cool. The cockpit on it, they made it look really sleek with very few pixels. I think it's the colouring as well, the nice light blue colour. It looks really sleek. Those missile fuckers are terrible. See, again, I don't know what differences there are with the arcade version exactly, but I feel like that missile guy in particular is not quite such a bastard in the arcade version. I mean, he could be exactly the same, but I don't know, that's... I don't ever remember having trouble there before, but I'm totally fucked. R-type is easier to no miss than to recover. Yeah, I'd believe it. That's been my experience as well. Well, I said it a minute ago, didn't I? Ah, there, there's a nice little part where you can get them. That'll help a lot now. You know, I said I can get to stage 3 or 4 without dying. Two things are kind of correlated with each other. Okay, I'm better off just hanging back for that guy. Okay, I like the laser. I don't know what the meta weapon is, but I like the laser myself. Alright, that didn't go to plan. Alright, I'll start over. I forget whether you have to kill those weak points on them or not. It might be better to just go for the middle. I was going for the weak points because I thought you had to, but if you just fire the ball... What's the name of the ball thing? It must have an official name. What's the name of the ball thing? Someone know? The Force? Is that really what it's called? Okay, now we're R-typing. That was some R-type right there. The Force Ball Pod. Okay, I'm gonna call it the pod. Can I hit him? Jesus Christ, there has to be a better way to get rid of that guy. I just missed 2 fucking upgrades over him. Well, let me know if the stream hiccups continue. I don't know what I can do about them, but... It's okay. If there's some kind of persistent problem with the stream, let me know. If it's just like little jitters or something every once in a while, obviously there's not really anything I can do. The fucking missile guys are priority number one. If I fire this into terrain, it stops, right? Yeah. Okay, now we're R typing. Ah, fuck. now we're typing the letter R. Anytime I make a good play, I have to type the letter R in chat for R type. Just hang back and let him come to you, like a cat or a woman. Everybody pressing R out of respect. Somebody asks, Matt, will you ever reference pragodimonium in Mushido in a fun way? No, I don't think so. I understand that it's a fun thing, and it's all fun and games. But no, like, I definitely want to make games that are more lighthearted and, like, I could see myself leaning that way in the long term. But I want to treat it seriously. I don't want to have any references or memes or anything like that in it at all, because I'm kind of sick of seeing shit like that in games, honestly. You know, there are better and worse ways of doing it. There are games where it's more suitable, less suitable. I will definitely do it. Like, if I keep making games and I end up making multiple games, I will definitely have little fun references and callbacks and homages and things. I would love to do that. But I think there's kind of an oversaturation of that. Honestly, it wouldn't bug me that much, except that it's like pop culturally kind of shit a lot of the time. Like, but I don't know. Like, for example, Cuphead. Cuphead has a lot of references in it, but I found them fun, basically, because first of all, they were mostly game references, or a lot of them were anyway. Obviously, there's animation references and stuff in there as well. But there's a lot of game references and stuff, and those are the ones that I find fun. Because I think they were done in a nice, subtle way as well, most of them. I can't remember what my strategy is for this boss, so I'm just hoping that it's fire backwards. I think that's part of it. Okay. But it's not something that I want to do for Mushido. Just want to make a game that is just its own thing, and it doesn't have any little references or winks or anything in it. It's just its own world, because I think that's I enjoy that. That's one of the things I enjoy about a game, when it's just its own thing and it takes itself seriously and so on and so forth. I think you get the point. I don't know why I feel this way, but I'm pretty sure having the thing on backwards is good for this boss. Or mini boss. I don't think it's actually leaving a full boss. Yeah, there we go. Oh, it is a boss. Hey! I do, you know, so like I said, I'm not familiar with shmups. I don't have much license to comment on them very much, but from what I've played of R-Type, I think I've played another R-Type game as well. I can't remember which one. I do like how the pod, it's one of those things. It's very simple, but it's got, you know, there's some strategy to it. Like it feels like it's on. Oh, it doesn't surprise me that it's a series that's stuck around for a long time and stuff, because it's just one of those little mechanics that you don't see anywhere else, and it has depth to it, you know. Like what I was thinking about was the fact that a minute ago I was okay, I couldn't see shit there, but anyway, I was firing it backwards, and I just thought there's something cool about the way when you fire it backwards, it fires forwards, and you know, if you wanted to, you could sit at the back of the screen and just kind of fire it backwards repeatedly to get it firing in that little V pattern. If that, like maybe there's a reason you want to do that in some scenario in the game, you know. I think that's cool. That's a lot of flicker. Alright, let's go back. See if I can get there. Need some upgrades, man. What made me become more interested in shmups recently? Nothing really. Always been something I wanted to get around to, just like fighting games, you know. I want to play more fighting games as well. But it's hard to find the time. There's so many other games to play as well as the other thing, you know, like it's just, there's just so many fucking games to play. You know, I made an effort to go and play more action platformers. I made an effort to go play more action platformers recently, and there was like still loads I haven't played. You know, like I beat Mega Man Zero, but I still have 2 and 3 to do. I haven't played any of the Gunvolt games. Is that gonna work? It doesn't look like it does. I don't know, there's just so many games to play, you know? The NES one is the NES Ghosts and Goblins is the one I've spent the least time on. I would say I don't know. I probably should spend more time with Super and Ghouls and Ghosts and stuff, but I would say that Resurrection is my favorite. Like I'm hesitating because like it's kind of hard to believe, you know, that they came out with one so long after the others, and it's the best one, I think. Anyway. But yeah, but I do think the appeal was there right from the beginning, you know. Yeah, I played Maximo on stream. There's a stream of me playing it. I wouldn't put it up there with the Ghosts and Goblins game though. I don't think it has the same appeal. They're fun little games. I prefer the first Maximo personally, but they're fun games. But I wouldn't say that they encapsulate what I like about the other Ghosts and Goblins game. The gob-like element. There's a blog post on the Patreon about that if you're confused about what I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm playing this with a D-pad, and I don't know. I bought an arcade stick a long time ago, but I've never really enjoyed it. I think I would rather use it. I'd still rather use it for fighting games, but I don't know. Feels kind of loose. It might be worth swapping weapon for this boss, but I like the lasers, so I'm sticking with them for now. Yeah, I don't know, maybe I just haven't found a stick that's right for me. Like, I only bought one. I have to remember to use the pod itself for damage. Oh, I didn't expect it to go all the way through that thing. Alright. I think I played alright there, though. Getting the hang of it. Should I go again? I'll try this one again. Fuck it. I don't care which game wins the game awards. Doesn't matter. I'll be back in a second. Hello, I'm back. Yeah, that was all the demo mode. Some of you think I was back without with the microphone off or something? Yeah, I played Monolith, yeah. It's a twin stick shooter is what I would call it. I know it's a small distinction, but I don't know what I'd say my game of the year is so far. I think I've only played a few new games this year, but I've enjoyed them all. I glanced away for a fucking split fucking second, man. Give me a minute here. I'm just gonna let it die and run out. I'm having some crisps. Oh, I hit continue. I didn't mean to. I'm having some crisps. Chips to those of you in the States. Having hunky dories. Hunky dories. Did I hit continue again? It's just kind of reflexive for me. I must have to have 3 lives. I'm sorry. Had your fill of 3D platformers and then some. What 3D platformers came out this year? "3D platformers"? Oh, neon white counts, does it? I know it's got platformy elements to it. Brutal. Super Kiwi 64. Fucking brutal. Brutal. Yeah, I generally limit the number of speed things that I take in any shmup. I was doing it earlier in Fantasy Zone. I was only buying the lower level speed up. Huh. Got an extra life? Oh, it must be for 50,000 points. It must have happened earlier then and I didn't notice. Same fucking guy again. Where? What? Okay. I need to pick these guys off rather than going for the turrets. Here we go. Lesson learned. I haven't played it, and I haven't even looked at much, but I got the impression that Neon White was kind of schlocky on purpose, no? Someone says, "Get ready, fellas, he's about to waste another expensive spaceship." That's me and Shmups in a nutshell. Jesus, get out of there! Get out of there! What the fuck? Come back! Oh my fucking god. If I remember right, this ship is basically just a whole level unto itself, isn't it? I kind of wanted to get to the front there, but in retrospect I think the back is probably the better place to be. I'm letting this one go. Development's going alright. Could be better, could be worse. Working on enemies and it seems to be going okay. She still does not enjoy sprite art. Fuck. I can't see her ever warming up to it or anything, but yeah, it's okay. She's been doing temp sprites alright at least. I should confess that when we were doing enemies, I was still working on a bunch of like miscellaneous programming shit when we started on it, and I was pretty hands off about one of the enemy types. Like we didn't prototype it enough, you know. So it's there and it'll probably make it into the game, but it won't have all the actions that we initially envisioned it having. And some of them might look different and stuff like that. And she went and made sprites for it. And that was bad. The sprites are nice. There is one a kind of effect part of one of them that neither of us like. But the sprite itself is nice, and I think they're well animated, certainly well enough to get into the game. But I don't know how much of it is going to survive in its current state. It's actually it's concept art. It's one of the concept art that just went up on the Patreon. It's the last one, the one with the spear. That one. So we kind of had a vision for what that would be in the game, but it's a little bit different now. I don't know. I don't need to be too vague. Like for example, this isn't the totality of it, but for example, one of the things she did was she gave it a running sprite, and I don't know if it's actually going to run in the game, right? And obviously that's really bad. We can't do that for everything. So just one of those lessons I had to learn, you know. But at least I learned it. I think I learned it pretty quick. So we had to collaborate on them more and like build them up incrementally with better temp sprites. You know, to be fair to me, one of the things that made me not want to prototype it was I didn't really have good temp sprites for it. They're just like shitty ones that I've drawn, and I'm no good at art at all. And like it wasn't representative of what the creature would look like, and so it's difficult to know if like that's really what you wanted to do or not. So yeah, so that didn't help matters in sprite art, you know. So right now all she's doing is temp sprites and concepts. But we're working on them more closely and making sure that we have an actual thing in the game. Yeah, the run might still be in. I think the point isn't even that none of it's going to make it into the game. It might make it into the game fully formed. It's just that I don't have a high enough level of confidence for the amount of time that it took her to go and make a proper sprite for it. You know, like the difference between a temp sprite and a real sprite, it takes time. Especially if it's like a temp sprite only needs, you know, 1 or 2 frames of animation that don't even properly animate. You know, like it just has to show you, you know, when the character, like, I don't know, fires a projectile or, you know, performs an attack or something. It just has to show you where that is, what that looks like, versus a full animation, which is a lot more work and stuff. So it wasn't good to have wasted her time, or not even necessarily wasted her time. Like I said, I don't know if it's totally wasted yet. It's just that I don't have a high enough degree of confidence that it's going to work in the game the way I wanted it to initially. So, yeah. But I think at least I learned the lesson, and it's been going a lot smoother since. So. Alright, what the fuck? Do you work well on teams / leading teams? I'll let you know. I don't know. I will say, if it scales up the way it does now, like if making a full game for the length of it goes the way it goes now, I have more respect for directors than I did when I started. It's not some bullshit piss easy thing to get everybody on the same page. Like, there's just 2 of us, and even just making sure that we're on the same page about everything is not always easy, you know? It's not like automatic, right? It's something that does take effort. And yeah. And like, to be fair to myself, I would have spent all that effort, except I also have to be a programmer as well, you know, and like my head was in other things, and I was like, I'll do programming and you can do art and you work on that thing, and like, you know, I wanted to shuffle it off. But yeah. I'm glad to see somebody else likes the Archer as well. Yeah, that's my favorite one, and that's not, none of that is me at all, by the way. That's all her. So she gets all the credit on that one. Fucking hell. Okay, what the fuck is happening? Are those engines dead? They're not. Oh man, I'm in serious trouble here. Yeah, still sticking with the realism angle, yeah. In that sense, sorry, somebody asked, are we sticking with the realism angle in the sense that enemies will run out of ammo and stuff? Yeah, that's still the plan. You got to take everything provisionally, right? So I'm always sharing this stuff on the sense that, you know, maybe fucking none of this makes it into the game, right? And until it's done, it's not done until it's done. But yeah, like the plan is to have that guy so he can shoot at you, but also he can land. Or at the very least, so that's the part that we still don't know how that works, or like what danger it poses exactly. And the way he walks around has to be a little bit weird as well, because he has very long legs. We haven't really worked that part out yet, but he can, the prototype version of him can dive bomb at you with his own body, because his own body is kind of like an arrow as well, you know? So if he runs out of ammo, he can at least do that. And if we don't come up with something good for him to do on the ground, at the very least we can just make him jump back into the air and then dive bomb at you again, you know what I mean? So he's got a plan for when he runs out of ammo. Share with us the most bonkers ideas you would like to realize in Mushido. I can't do that. That would spoil the fun, wouldn't it? I doubt we'll get, and I doubt we'll get. I don't know. But what I will say is, if we, for whatever reason, we have to give up, I will talk to you more openly about it. Is that fair? If we have to give up on the game, like, you know, for whatever reason. I'll tell you more about it then. You haven't seen everything yet, though. So there is more to see. But just to keep everybody's expectations in check, it is very much just a traditional action platformer, you know, like... We hope to have some fun things about the setting that are interesting. But... Yeah, don't expect, like, you know, there's not massive genre shift or anything weird or anything like that about it. Pretty traditional game, you know? Seems like I'm better off staying in here, even though it gets very small. Fucking hell. Am I better off in here? Okay. What the fuck? No, you can't survive that! Why prolong that so long if you can't survive it? You fucking assholes. You can't survive that. That's evil. That's pure fucking evil. That's just evil. I mean, it moves down to a perfect height for you to sit in there and not die, and then it comes back up. Hey, look, and then you... Amazing. I'm pretty sure I've gotten past that boss, but I don't fucking remember how, because... Yeah. That bit where you have to go up, it seems too tight. I suppose if I just make sure I have the right weapon. I gotta keep that flame weapon. That would help a lot. Or even just the laser would help. And yeah, when I'm in the little thing, I can remember to point it backwards. I have to remember to point it backwards when I get into that situation. If I do that, then maybe it'll be okay. Of course, I should have just said point it backwards instead of having to demonstrate. And fuck this whole section up. Oh, that's something I'd like to see at the Game Awards. Kid Icarus Uprising remaster or something? Sakurai seemed to be hinting at that. I mean, it's... It seemed on the nose to me. It seemed like, yeah, we all know it's on the way. See ya, Wrench. Oh, by the way, Wrench, if you haven't gone, I am wearing my headphones. I do have sound. So, and that's thanks to you reminding me, so. I do use it sometimes. Yeah, Kojima will probably announce something as well, yeah. I think I'll just wait until the show is over and just see what the announcements are. I'm sure they'll be somewhere, they'll be collated somewhere. Gamatsu or something like that. I have listened to 1 or 2 episodes of his podcast, yeah. Fucking hell. Man, seriously, anybody in the chat, if you haven't listened to Kojima's podcast, you really have to. It's pretty fucking amazing. His name is said like 10 times in the first 30 seconds. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy, man. Yeah, man, you gotta listen to it. You really, and he's got like, it sounds like it's just a voice box or something that asks some questions and stuff. Yeah, it's translated. Yeah, it's translated. It's in English. It's I'm gonna listen to it as well once the stream is over, I think. Yeah, there must be a few episodes I haven't heard by now. I only heard the first 1 or 2, I think. I can't remember anything that was said other than the word Hideo Kojima a lot of times. Ah. I thought it went into one of the other ventricles for the first wave. Oh, Sakurai, he said something in one of his videos. I can't remember which one, but he basically hinted that it would be nice if you could play Kid Icarus Uprising on a modern system or something like that. It's not even just what he said, it's the way he said it. There was kind of a pause or something. There's something in there that made me think, okay, that's definitely happening. It's not. It's no longer him just being. I have fixed my sound, Wrench. I don't know how unclear I've been about this, but I have a solution for the sound. But it's just a very. Oh, for fuck's sake! God damn it, Wrench! Go to bed, you fucking asshole. I have a solution for the sound, but it's just awkward to set up, and I have to wear headphones, and it's too loud, and you can't change the volume. It's everything's just fucked, man. Technology is just, it's fucked. But yeah, since these are games that I have not strictly beaten, or well, I don't know why I put the word strictly in there. These are games I have not beaten. I suppose what I was trying to get at is I didn't know exactly what I was going to stream, so I might even end up streaming a game that I hadn't played at all today. I think R-Type will be it, or like I might go back and do one more run of Fantasy Zone or something, but I don't think I'm in the mood to try a new game now. So yeah, I gotta have sound because otherwise I'm not experiencing it properly. It's not fair to the game. I'm not like Sakurai on his fucking treadmill with his dramas on the other screen. Man, that was another point where I was shaking my head. What the fuck? It's strange to me, you know, that's just strange. I know maybe it's because the main thing he's made is Smash Bros. And Kid Icarus, those are the only real things that he's made in, 20 years. But like, let's say he makes another Kid Icarus game and it's a console game. Does he really want people, playing his game that way, with, on an exercise bike with a drama on at the same time? Or would, like, what's the composer there for then, Why bother having sound effects if that's the way you're going to experience it? You know what I mean? Look, I get it. When you play the game a lot, like, I don't have to give Alien Soldier my full attention. You know what I mean? I've played it a fucking 100 times. I get it. But for a first playthrough, come on. Come on, man. Yeah, I get what you're saying. Arcade games, they were in the arcades. You couldn't even hear them properly a lot of the time. Well, I think that's a little unfair. I wonder how that worked, because I feel like when I was in arcades, the booths actually do a good job of directing the sound to you, and I don't know, I haven't been in an arcade in a long time, but like, when you consider how noisy an arcade is, you actually hear the game you're playing surprisingly well. But yeah, it's obviously far less than ideal. It seems like a pretty good port as well, I have to say. Maybe there's something to this PC engine after all. I do vaguely feel like some enemy behaviors are slightly different, like that missile guy, but maybe I just knew the strategy for him and I forgot it. That never happened to me on the arcade version. By that, I mean the thing getting stuck in the boss. Again. I haven't tried Ninja Spirit now. Not doing a very good job of ignoring the chat. I should have ignored you all way harder than I actually did today. Better than I usually do, but still. One of these days, I swear to God, 0 interaction stream. Zero interaction, 40 by 40p cross stream. Look, I nearly got killed again. Just reading that. Yeah, okay. Alright, this is the one I'm sticking with. Is it? No, wait, I had a plan. No! No, the lasers would have done fine if I remember to equip it at the back instead. Fucking hell. Yeah, I kind of hesitated there because I wasn't sure if I wanted to swap out to the red one, but I think I do. I'm not even sure what that one fires like from the back. But I don't know. So far I'm not impressed by the yellow one. It feels weak. The way it shoots is kind of good. But the actual projectiles, the flames or whatever they are, they seem fairly weak. Maybe I'm just not using them enough. That's good. I mean, it just deleted that turret. Fuck. Okay. Right, this is the plan. That nearly worked. I don't know if that's going to placate it or not, but there we go. Had to do something to my TV or it was going to turn off in 5 minutes. Okay, that's the thing I have to destroy there, that engine. I was wondering what the win condition is here, okay. I need to wait for it to get a little bit further ahead. Do we want this? I think so. Fuck! Use pause tech to track bullets. Yeah. I'm gonna make sure that the screen is not visible. If I forget, somebody has to remind me right before release for Mushido. I'm gonna make sure that the screen is invisible when you pause. This is an insanely strict kind of thing, right? But I do wonder as well if it would be worth implementing something like pause tokens, so that. Well, I don't think pausing would be a big problem for Mushido specifically, right? But you know, let's say I made a shmup or something. Maybe it would have pause tokens. Like you can't pause more than 3 times in a single stage or something like that. Could be worth implementing, honestly. I mean, it sounds like it'd be pretty easy to do. And it seems like it wouldn't really hurt legitimate pause uses. I mean, when do you legitimately have to pause more than a few times in one stage? Oh, that's good. Okay, there we go. Oh, yeah, let that guy get a bit closer. Then we kill him. And now you're fucked. You are fucked. Am I fucked? Okay, here we go. Fuck! Okay, well, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere, yeah, the afterlife. I am giving chat blame for that one because it was really dumb, right? But what happened was I looked at the chat because I was dead right beforehand, right? And I always forget. I forget that it shoots you really quickly at the start. So I'm just like, I'll look at the chat, and then I look back, and because I'm not in game brain mode for a split second when I look at the game, I briefly thought, I caught myself briefly thinking, oh, a power up is coming at me really fast. Oh, that's a power up coming at me really fast. The save coins from Maximo for Mushido, I wouldn't go that far. Again, nothing's finalized, but I imagine it's the kind of game, kind of like the original Castlevania, where when you hit a checkpoint, you're just there, and there's no risk of you going backwards anymore, you know? I'm just spitballing with the pause idea, you know. I think there's something to it, though. I haven't gotten the speed power up yet. Alright, I think I'll finish up soon. Oh, for fuck's sake. I was just trying to change the thing to the other side. Try and get past this level, but I think I'll finish up soon. The sprite flicker is pretty fucking intense there. Gotta say. Doesn't make that part easy. Huh. You can damage all the different... I didn't notice that. Just trying to dodge bullets and all, you know, but... I didn't notice that it takes... It looks like it's cosmetic damage, but maybe it's not? I don't know. It's pretty cool, though. Fuck, I'm in trouble. Okay, there we go. Maybe... Can I get him this way? Just trying to get my bearings here. Right. Hey! Go to bed, Wrench. Go to bed. Oh, right, you don't have to go to bed. Okay, never mind. Oh, yeah, this stage. Oh, fuck. This is as far as we go tonight. Yeah, I have not found a good strategy for this stage. I presume there has to be something better than just... Okay, right. Off the top of my head, what I should do is I should be firing the pod more... Yeah, the pod cuts through it, and then the pod fires extra projectiles. That will all help. fuck. Come back here. Okay, that's good. Well, I have to practice this while I have the opportunity. Okay, after this, when I game over here, I'll take one more run at it because I'm curious if I can get past that boss again more easily now. And then I think that'll be that for the evening. That's your lot. Can I? Fuck. Okay, if I have the pod in front of me and just don't shoot. Okay, alright. Yeah, I think this is as far as I've ever gotten in this game. Oh, another boss. Cool. Whoa. Fuck. Pod only runs, that's pretty cool. Yeah. Well, you're not gonna be seeing that from me. I do feel like the pod is less responsive in this version. Could be my imagination. But I think it's easier to recall in the arcade version. I haven't been recalling it very much because it seems like it doesn't respond half the time, so I don't want to rely on it. Or maybe it just has to hit the end of the screen. It has to already be on its way back, I think. Maybe that's the part I'm confused by. Maybe it's the same as the arcade version. Or like it's already coming back to me there. What am I even thinking about? Is this even a thing that I'm... You press the button to make it come back to you faster or something, right? Oh, there's a problem with the auto fire. Okay, maybe... Oh, right. I'm just gonna die here and start over. I think... Yeah, I'll try that. So it should be... Ah, fuck. Why did I restart? Goodbye, Digley. Thanks for tuning in. Right, that makes sense. Thanks, Annie. Right, but it's already there, so what am I thinking? I don't know what I'm thinking. Okay, right. There it is. That's it working. Yeah, it's pretty awkward to press. Okay, I can change the controls for next time I play it, if I remember. Yeah, now I'm too fast. Okay, I'm gonna have to use a very light touch on that next stage. If I can get into stage 4 with this, that thing will chew up those green bits, no problem. I need to test... No, I'm pretty sure I've tried this. If I do a charge shot, it doesn't cause the pod to do anything else. Right. Cool. No. I'm gonna avoid the yellow because I've been able to use it a lot, so I'll see now whether or not the blue is actually better for this bit, and then I'll refine my strategy accordingly. Although, yeah, it's not really a fair test because this pod is upgraded and it has all extra shots and shit on it. Maybe it would have been better to take the red here. I don't really feel comfortable with this. Oh, the little shield guy, I should be using him. Next time I'm just going to take the red, even if I have the blue. I learned something at least. I think just for that tiny little stretch, the red is better. That's a shame, man. That run was going very well. fuckers like to shoot you right as they go off screen. Alright, don't think we're going to get much further tonight. Last credit. I was tempted to go for more, but I really am I'm gonna stop. When these lives are over, it's over. I'm fucked there if I don't get that yellow thing. The second one, I mean. I don't know why I'm even bothering to shoot the things on the top. I don't know if that's advantageous to me at all. These things, they can't even hit you. So one of the thoughts I have about Returnal, and I really like Returnal, but one of the thoughts I have about it is, I think it's a great game, right? But I do think that they use a bit of a trick on the boss fights where they spew so many bullets. It looks really impressive and stuff, and it is, because I'm sure that all of those bullets would collide with you if given the opportunity, and that's cool. But like most of them just aren't a threat. So it's kind of a trick. It's kind of like making the boss look more dangerous than it really is. But you know, for some of the bosses on some of their waves, some of the bullets just can't hit you. Like the boss will fire a huge wave of bullets that stretches around and reaches behind its back and stuff. But it will always be facing you when it does it, and so like there's just zero chance that the bullets that it fires in front of it will ever actually hit you, you know? Can I grab that? I can, okay. So it's a little bit of a trick, because most of the bullets, they're never going to hit you. They're fired in such a way that they can't hit you. But it looks really cool. Dan Maku has a lot of that. Yeah, maybe they're not so bad. I don't know whether I should have picked that up, but I picked it up. Okay, the green things can't hurt me. The green things, the little green dots, as long as I have the pod in the front, they just can't hurt me. Fuck. I got to the checkpoint at least. I got there on my first life this time. We're learning. Fuck me, man. Jesus Christ. Well, that was fortunate. So was that. Oh man, skated by there on pure luck. Oh. Oh fuck. Guessing I can't hurt this guy until he opens up. Oh, maybe I can't. Ah, fuck that. I didn't know he was gonna move there. Come on. No, I said I'd leave it there and I'm leaving it there. Fuck. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go, everybody. I'm leaving it there, I'm leaving it there. I said I would. We all know it's just gonna drag on forever. But yeah, I might do another Shmup stream. I want to play more Shmups. I might play some more R-Type off-stream. Fantasy Zone as well. I might play a little bit more of these off-stream, but if I do, I will at least show progress the next time that I stream them. That fair? That okay? All good? Was this okay? Would you like to see more Shmups? Hell yeah, looking forward to it. Let me know. And I might talk even less next time though. I might talk even less. Absolutely. Okay. You prefer the Shmups to normal stuff? Okay. Alright. I have a lot of Shmups I want to play. I don't know how many of them I will stream, but I will give it some serious consideration. Don't read the chat. Mic on for tilt grunts only. Yeah. Okay, everybody. I won't only do PC Engine Shmups, but that's where I am basically doing a little exploration of Shmups and kind of starting from the bottom up. I know there's a bunch of arcade ones that I could have started with. You know, obviously I've played Space Invaders and Defender and stuff like that. But yeah, basically I kind of want to start from the bottom up, so that's why PC Engine first. I could play some NES ones or some other ones, but yeah. I know there's some worth playing on the Mega Drive. I've never finished UN Squadron on the SNES. Maybe there's a better version of it that I could play, but I would like to play more UN Squadron. I would like to... Yeah, I've heard good things about Thunder Force on the Mega Drive, so I know there's other ones on other systems that I would like to play. So, but for now, it's PC Engine to get the ball rolling, and then we'll see where we go from there. Okay, everybody. Well, that's the idea anyway. I don't know. These streams are always an impromptu thing, so I don't know when the next one will be. And I can't promise it'll be Shmups. Just gotta go with the flow on it, right? But yeah, we'll see how it goes. And thanks for tuning in. Seemed like there was a lot of people here this time. Thank you for tuning in, everybody. Hope you had a good time. And yeah. See you next time. Hopefully. Bye bye, everybody. Good night.